Morning, Sig. Hope you slept well.
Oh, hello. Easy rotation so far off of 27 to 41. Not much here until we get over 41s though. Watching 34, our first test here as we push down. Looks like we're still just oscillating this node between 25 and 51. Yeah, I mean, like, really nothing has changed last week.
In 10 minutes time at 10 a.m. Eastern, we get USCB consumer confidence. Forecast 104 on the prior 104.7, with an expected range of 108.5 to 101. We also expect comments from U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen, who testifies before the House Ways and Means Committee on the Biden budget.
Morning, Cass. complex. Here's our push into our 34 target. That is the middle of our range. Friday's POC off of rejection of our 41s at Friday value high. Pushing down into below our 34s. If that ever becomes our offer, we look for 31 and then back down to 25. We're looking for a bid to be able to maintain here ideally. Yeah, you really would like to see this 34, 33 area. The bid. Sort of lift. Same thing for the Russell here. We want this 0650
In
to
5
like
minutes time at
5
10 a.m. Eastern,
basically
we get
hold.
USCB consumer confidence. Forecast 104 on the prior 104 spot 7, with an expected range of 108 spot 5 to 101. We also expect comments from US Treasury Secretary Yellen. US crude futures fall by more than $1 to a session low of $81.52 a barrel. US product supplied of crude oil and petroleum products rose 1.9% in February to 19.95 million barrels per day, the highest since December according to EIA.
1 minute until new
1 minute
15s.
remaining.
And news comes out and PVC is open.
Ten seconds.
Our stones are out.
Still waiting. 97.0, 97.0. That's lower than forecast 104. Conference board consumer confidence, prior revised 103.1.
You can see that we're holding our 34 target as support. We're trying to 3-bar. You need to be able to get over this 41, 43 for the gap fill on ES for the 3-bar to play on the 50. Break-even resistance holding, rotating right back down to our 34s here. Zero tick still holding as well. think we're pretty dependent on what the Russell does here as we push up into the highs. We tagged the area that I was talking about before, this 065, 51. We need to be able to get over this 1440 and make it supportive. If this rejects, we have basically the Russell doing the same move that ES just did, which is basically come up to our highs and double top. Need to see if that happens here on the Russell as well. Right, that this is the top of the range, leading us down with NQ, or if we can build here at this 1440 and then push off of it. So just kind of keeping an eye to see if this is an oscillation, and if we fail to break, or if find a buyer. And again, nothing's shifted off 15-minute, which is, this is our range. We have a potential 3-bar trying to set up. We need to get below 34s and show that as our offer, or we need to get above this 41.43 and show this is our bid, or we will continue to oscillate in this range off of this mother bar. We need the lift for the gap. Watch as we come into 47 to 38, where you want to see the bid step in again as we approach down into value low. Russell did reject the top of our range, so we're looking for that as an oscillation. But keeping an eye on ES, it is also coming back down to our 34s, just completing another oscillation in range off of double top. We watch to see our reaction as we push into watch our 62 here, see if the offer holds for that last leg down. Remember, Russell still has room. Pushing into our 32 to 34 on ES and our 38 to 47 on. Again, Russell still has a bit more room to the downside, but we do expect buy side to try to absorb here on NQ and ES. But if the Russell still wants to keep going down and the open doesn't hold, careful. Scalp as of right now. Okay, got one here. See a lift over 62. Testing now. Lifted it into 62 here. Pushing back up to our 41.80 on the Russell. See if I reject or build. Our first real test here on RTY. Out here. Look to see if 62 now holds for next leg, but need to see a bit more strength into our target. Opt. Look for a higher low to build. We're looking for 73.50 on NQ to become supportive. We need to see a bit more strength from the Russell over this 41.80. This is our POC retest from the failure to get out of value, so it becomes important. We want to see this basically just flag build above 15. Us being able to build above this like 60 sort of continuation.
So taking a look at the fear and greed index, 44 out of 100 equaling fear. And crypto fear and greed index, 67 out of 100 equaling greed. And keeping an eye on the VIX, it's currently up 0.41% at 14.74.
We're basically just hoping right now that buyers are willing to hold POCs across the board, or we do another rotation down. Got your POC here at this like 37 on ES, this 1180 on RTY, this 6175, 62 right on NQ. So can we hold the middle of our ranges here, or do we rotate back down to the lows again? That is why I'm in it's like 66 area on NQ. Need to be able to get over 78.84. See a seller pretty clear there. Russell still just attempting to build at our 11.8. Again, we are in the middle of the range on ES and NQ. Bid needs to happen here, or we'll rotate back down. Need to see interest from buy side back over 60 this year, and then a bid to hold, or this will just stick as the offer. Failure from buyers. Bit more. Testing this buyer who just lifted. Two. How do you... What's that? I'm also looking at NQ. I mean, what do you mean? Like, Mario's gonna say, yeah. It's just a footprint, man. Just a volume profile. You want to look at bid like the stacking and polling, then go and download Bookmap, where it's a fool's errand. Memorizing where passive liquidity was put on and taken off, if you're not looking at either footprint or Bookmap, is you don't need to look at polling and stacking to be dumb.
Yellen says global minimum tax deal supports goals that are good for the US.
Our rotation back down to our lows. Yes, and Q. Russell failing to hold 1180. Back down to our P value low. Now we see if buy side is willing to defend this again, or if the Russell needs the full retracement. Failure to show interest here at this 47.50 on end like 38. We'll rotate down to 24. a very different reaction than our last reaction here, right? So I want to see the ability to bid back above our day open and our previous high, and then kind of see some excitement from my side, where it just feels very different than the last time we were down here, where it was an immediate bid and push off our level. Like to see a reclaim 47, 48. I want to see the bid be able to hold there and not just hold as an offer, or again rotate down to 24 makes the most sense off a failure at 30-second opening range high. Yes, new low off of this range break. Sorry, I'll just be breach below our 32s. Pushing into our 24s. This is our 30-second opening range mid down to our ORL. If buy side's willing to defend the low here, we look for a look below, ability to bid, and then trade back up through this range. Same thing on ES, just coming back down to our 27-25, bottom of our range. As the Russell comes down,
US
it's
April
low.
Dallas Fed Service business activity -10.6, -10.6.
So if this 24 is going to hold, we need to see a build here at our mid, reclaim of our value low, push. For this is start to show
Israeli
acceptance
PM
below.
Netanyahu says no decision by the ICC will affect our determination to achieve war goals of bringing hostages home and complete victory over Hamas.
So we really need to see a continued bid as the Russell approaches down in our value low here. Again, yes, at our 27-25. Ideally, we see bids hold that, or we have a shift. Any look below here on NQ. If it holds below our 24, we'll move down to that 790. So we need to see immediate bids, be able to push this off with our Russell into our bottom of range. as Russell comes into our PVZ low, just really watch to see if a bid steps in or if we fail. So the full entire, this is now everything coming down into the bottom of range. So Russell bidding and pushing back over 6.5 is incredibly important here, as well as NQ recovering that 47, 48 area. An offer that drops below 18 on NQ and then holds will probably result in a new low day. You ever see acceptance below? I really want to see a bid here. This will just be validation and then another leg down. This is RTY 30-second opening range low and our PVZ value. The bid doesn't show any sort of supportive bid. We look for this to become our offer on a retest and then we're pushed down to ET low. But ideally, a bid does step in here and lifts us back up. Again, failure will result in push down to our ETA close. Immediate bid off of our Russell 0360. Need to see a lift over this 6.5 here and recovery of our value. Yeah, I mean, you either have an idea of where we're headed and you're willing to hold with a stop, or you take profit. It's one of two things. Either your stops and TPs are wide or they're tight. Depends on what kind of trade you're looking for. You think that this is potentially the low, then the tight TP doesn't really make sense. If you think this is just a scalp and you don't want to be in it, that you might be able to get a better position later on.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says,
Okay.
I am concerned about
Think
where
you're
we're going with the US
$100
deficit.
bucks. This is our target here into NQ, opening range high, day open, previous high, etc., etc. You need to see this 47, 48 area become supportive on NQ, or this will be top of our range. We are also retesting our PVZ low, our value low, off of 132 on ES, off of the hold of our 27.25. So just range rotation. We want to see a pushback over 34s if we are going to reclaim this range, or this is just going to be a failure from buyers, right? And this is where you expect sell side to be sitting on the range breakdown. So really need to see the lift here. We're going to get more. Remember what caused this bottoming out. We had NQ, ES, and RTY all coming into our low. Russell finally coming down to our PV low, testing it for the first time, and getting a lift, what we were looking for. Now we need to see acceptance back into these previous ranges and bid to happen, or you are going to get more of the same. So over 34s ideally. This 32, 34, you really would like to see you come supportive. 3 minutes until new 15. Same thing for this 47 area. You ideally our 30-second opening range high now holds as supportive as we push back up into our 60-62 resistance.
Significant steps to reduce the budget deficit.
We want that to be a bid again, just like before we were looking for. Russell into VWAP here. About half my position as we are in the 60-62, looking for another rotation back up to the highs, but willing to accept if offer holds at this previous buyer. This is our next target on NQ into 72s. Full range rotation, it would be back up to 78 to 84. And then we can try these highs again at 5 to 900, but really not looking for much more than that 78 to 84 for the full rotation. And what I mean by full rotation is this base into our highs, our lows, just our rotation that we're doing. Just keep an eye on the Russell. As long as it is maintaining higher lows, should be able to keep going, as that is what called the bottom. Into our 78 now. We know a seller is at this 78 to 84, so just move stops up or takes them off. Look for price to be able to build over value high. This is the Russell attempting to retest our seller here. This is our reoffer point, 09.6, well as ES coming up into our PV value high, 39.50. Remember, if Russell loses momentum, then we won't go up. We'll go either sideways or fade back down.
And Treasury Secretary Yellen says higher steel tariffs on China seem appropriate.
Nice job, Kels. Just have to see if we can flag here. That's really it. Watching to see if the Russell can maintain higher lows off of the failure at 09.6, which is again just seller reoffer. We're now battling for ES and NQ POC as supportive. Just back to this 60-62 area on NQ and seeing if that bid will catch on any look into it. As we also just start looking above our anchored VWAPs from the right giant white clouds, seeing if they're supportive now or if no shift has happened and we just are doing another rotation, right? Can we maintain a higher low or not? Again, target was 78 on NQ. Rejected immediately off of that known seller. The same with Russell at our 096. Understanding where we will lose momentum is key to know where you should be taking profit. I have one runner left looking for a higher low. Russell needs to find a higher low bottom if we want to continue going up. Watching our VWAP test here at this, I don't know, 0737 area on RTY. Same with ES into our VWAP and that 34. We want to see it push over that 096. So far bouncing on RTY, building up that higher low. We'd ideally really like to see this like 47 hold on NQ as we push back into our 30-second opening range and our value low here. Just look to see if a bid will step in again, just like it did last time. If it fails here, then I don't think there's anything. You really want to see a quick look in and then an immediate bid. This is ES into 32s here and Russell back down to our 073. Buyers show interest or I not care. Exit. I'm fully stopped. I'll look for a bid again if we push back over 47s. This is where buyers will show potential interest, but there's no point. I'll just get back in if we flag and bid. What's the other? HVO. Back down to our original entry off the failure there. My eye stopped. Back down to our 30-second opening range low. Until the Russell finds a bid, it will most definitely go down. So just keeping an eye on our value low at 059 as our first little area of interest as we push down in. Again, we're just looking for a higher low and a buyer to step in. Russell is still maintaining our higher low with ES here at our day open. NQ leading down the most off the failure at our gates. So it's just the same trade as before. Want to see buyers willing to defend back into this 24. You understand that this 38 is where that seller was on a look below. And this is our opening range mid. So push below. This is always going to be your first profit target into our PVZ. And to see this be able to build here, then you can look for that 47. Will always be your first target. Understand that a seller will try to hold lower high here. You need to see supportive, and then we can look up. Once this becomes supportive, we can look up again. See the ability to lift where you were trapped in a range.
So the US to sell $70 billion in 4-week bills on May 2nd to settle on May 7th.
Oh boy. Also battling with POC here. NQ, yes, both bottom of the range. NQ by far the most bearish. Need to see buy side acceptance here and push back over our 24s, or this will most likely again go down to our ETH low. So doing the same thing as before, can buy side defend this, right? Battling with our 18 and give us a look above to rotate us back up, or will this offer move down? If the offer moves down below 18s, right, and then that is defended, most likely going for that ETA. Really awkward spot in my opinion, with everything mixed. RTY higher low, ES equal low, NQ new low. So just be very careful. Is Russell into our value low. We see a push down and a failure to get back above, right? This should lead the rest of the market down. We'll have everything kind of moving there again. Again, just watching to see if we hold and show acceptance on NQ. It's like 24 to 18 is what you want to see the offer hold for that push down, with the Russell now following suit. Just keep an eye on that 03.6, our previous value low, our PVP low. We're looking for acceptance outside of value on the Russell. Okay, we want to see this now be our resistance on any offer. We want to see a look below this, or this will just rotate again. This being our low. But you really want to see value low on the breach now hold as resistance. I am not in this. This is your first target here on ES in our overnight low and previous low. Same thing with NQ, straight into target here. As Russell comes back down to its low. So again, this, if you were taking a short, is the target. You want to see the Russell be able to show acceptance below 03.6 or any sort of continuation down. For ES, we want us to breach our previous low and then come down to that 15. You know, 15 is the bottom of this auction, so we don't expect much more below that until we see a clear hold. What gives you continuation here is if the Russell fails to find a buyer at the place, right, at 036, 051, and then this becomes resistance like we have drawn, or a continuation down. Later, Cass, no problem. This is where we are on the higher time frame. Bottom of our range. Watch Russell into our overnight low, 98.5 for a potential bottom, and then a reoffer of 50. That's off of that. Our ETH low, or overnight low, right? Russell. This is where we look for that offer at a previous resistance, our previous support, so 15. If sellers are serious, willing to down that little relief, want to see just previous supports now become resistance. So watch NQ low as well. If the bid is like incredibly, it's gonna get. This is our negative 1,000 tick. So maybe one more leg as we come into the stream, and then here's your retest of 15s that we talked about off of Russell holding our ETH low. We now watch to see if this will reoffer and hold here, right? Understanding where your Russell pivots are will give you the biggest advantage. Now we look to see if sellers are willing to defend this 15 as resistance into our 0 tick for another leg down. Or if we're going to need to come back up to ES ETH low at 120.50. This is where I start to pay attention. As long as the Russell has a bid, probably need to wait. Next target though, if 15 or ETH low holds as resistance, and we get something like this, we'll look for a move down into 550. I'd want this 15 or this ETH low here to hold. There are two areas where either the offer is willing to defend this or defend our overnight low as resistance. Again, same thing on RTY where we rejected last time, right? Want to see this now hold as resistance. As we come into this, ideally, Russell finds a seller, pushes us down, or we recover our value low, the supportive look back up. But regardless, this is our pivot above. Watching our negative 500 tick to see if we get a higher low on our tick off of the rejection of 0, but a push down from our negative 1000. Sorry, I push up. Yeah, from our negative 1000. Yep, I said that right. But like, why was this a area that made sense to look? Well, we're into our tick extreme, and we're into our next pivot on Russell. Russell led move down, right? Let the move down. It just did a full rotation from our 500 to our negative 1000 here. There's not a ton left. So either the market's going to crash, right? Or we're expecting a relief bounce and we're expecting a retest of this 50. That's why I was talking about that. Now it's a decision point. On tick, from the 0 rejection, do we now make a higher low and try to start doing something like this where we can build and try to retest our value on the day? Does 0 hold as a resistance here? And we start to oscillate between these 2 points and we get a trend continuation down. Right, this is our decision point now, which is why I'm talking about it. We are watching to see if the Russell can maintain momentum from the test of our overnight low, and what happens as we push into this. If this loses momentum, right, and this flag doesn't hold, and we maintain our 13 EMA, and we push down, okay, well, we're going to get continuation down. It is what it is. The market doesn't want to go up. We're not seeing the bids that we need. See what happens when the Russell comes into our resistance. Is our retest of our lows here. See if we get an equal low or if we have to come back down to our ETH low. Either way, it creates a new low on ES and done. Yep. Same with our 15 rejection on ES, right? We look for 105.50 first target. Watch our ETH low on RTY, bottom of our range.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says high inflation is due largely to fading supply shocks.
Was it very interesting? No, but like over 100 people showed up.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
No change. Just kind of waiting for this to be. Russell still maintaining our sell side offer here at this 1.7 from our fixed range. Yep. Market's slowed down quite a bit. Still holding 0 tickets resistance. Still in our downtrend. Looking for that 105.50. Reach and hold below that, then we can fill that gap down to what, 91. That is our first target, 105.50. Just got filled on one. Below 30s on NQ. See more down. Hold short. This is our double bottom on RTY at our ETA low. That becomes resistance. We can look for continuation. Immediate bounce off our 105.50 target on ES.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says inflation has come down considerably, but prices of many goods are higher than before the pandemic.
So the Jane Street trade,
Yellen says people generally are better off despite price increases, but we have more work to do to reduce living costs.
Was selling 0DT puts that were optimized with a an algo circle packing or selling portfolio in the just like mass amount unprotected while keeping the market selling vol call spreads. And someone else and another
According
firm
to
just
a
got
survey,
caught
OPEC
doing the same
April oil
thing.
output falls by
they got
100,000
fired.
barrels per day from March to 26.49 million barrels per day.
No wonder they didn't want people to know, because their position could have gotten blown the hell up. You see this, guys? They did it with ATR again. They don't have tick data. But you can do stacked imbalances. Thing. All of a time frame can I go? Another bounce at RTY ETH low and our 105.50. Things are range bound until we see a breach. That was a deep test on the stacked imbalance there. We probably go up to Russell Valley low. I would assume if this 10 this 1.7 on RTY doesn't hold. Just really playing around this 70 and 30 on NQ. It's 1.7, 5 on Y. Clearly where our seller was positioned. If it ever becomes supportive, we look for that back up. Otherwise, it's top of the range. If buyers step in here as we push down for a higher low, or it's a full range rotation. Other new stuff to oh, yeah, the fat can. Has anyone watched Monkey Man yet? The movie was brutal. Yeah, I thought it was decent. It was I don't know how to say his name. Dev Patel, the actor. It was his directing and screenplay debut. He wrote the entire thing and directed it and produced it and starred in it. It's the main protagonist. Basically like Indian John Wick.
According to the EIA, US total crude oil production rose 4.6% in February to 13.15 million barrels per day. That's the highest since December.
So if like you're in the mood for an action movie, it definitely covered that. Brutal. You're looking for more, like a deeper thing, probably not it. Been going to the movie theater like once a weekend these days. I don't know why. kind of started happening. It's an experience. Yeah, sure. Well, there's like some actually like some decent stuff that was out. I didn't know that they made a new Planet of the Apes. Where do you even like advertise movies these days? I was clueless until I went into the theater and saw that
total
it was
US
like
oil
playing
output
now.
rose by 578,000 barrels per day in February to the highest
It made a
since
fourth Planet
October
of the Apes.
2021, per the EIA.
I didn't even know they made a third. Did you catch up on Spy X Family? Spy. Civil War was good. I thought it was just good. I didn't think it was like the greatest movie of all time. Getting a decent amount of praise. Watching Russell into our low here, ETH low. Bounced here every time so far, so if the offer moves down and the bid is less dramatic, right, then we expect new lows across the board. But until then, this is the bottom of our rotation. Again, watching our Russell reaction just to see if there's going to be any sort of shift. And the reason why I say that is because we're experiencing lower highs as we're pushing into these. So these pops are becoming less and less exciting, right? They aren't getting the moves, the same moves as before. So like if we do come back up to the highs, I'd want us to take out 1.7 and make sort of like almost immediately. This does bounce and go any sort of initiative, or it just feels like the bid is kind of weakening. But we're just oscillating negative 500 to 0 over and over again on tick with this range that we've developed. New and upcoming. Are they doing a screening? There's 23rd. That make you feel old, Surf? Did it come out today, Rory? Yeah, I watched last week's. Yeah, it should be. Action. So if I'm moving into that same building as my dad's in, looking over at Jacobs Field. Except I'm moving in. It's the same side of the building, but I'm 15 floors higher than him. So I'm gonna have a much better view. fireworks every night. Not every night, just when baseball season. But right out my bedroom window, like right at Progressive Field. No, no, no. It just didn't make sense for how much we were paying anymore. Like, what's the point? Like, if I'm gonna pay that much, I might as well go live somewhere, like, really nice. So I'm doing that. Yeah, I mean, we'll see around. As long as the Russell can get the pop, then maybe. I think it is definitely viable. Just want that low to hold on ETH, RTY. We need to make a new high, though. Like, we need to recover value here in the next couple. This doesn't feel great. But the longer we spend down here, the more likely the VWAP retest seems. Jesus. Jesus. Other guys don't know the lore. It looks fine so far. Again, we just need to see the Russell be able to lift. Should at least get up to 15. Retest value low. I don't know if VWAP is gonna happen, but maybe. If value low gets if we recover value lows, then yeah, VWAP seem imminent. But at least the value test makes sense. What do you have RTY VWAP at? I've got one at 206 and one at 209.50. No, I was only shorting off of the I took this short 3 times into 105.50 and I'm flat now. I just got stopped over 11 on my last contract. I'm just chilling. I'm like pretty much done. I don't know. We had some decent rotations. Just kind of waiting. We see some excitement, I'll get back in, but like I just slow markets, man. I don't have the patience or like the attention span, I guess is probably the best way to put it. ADHD brain, man. I can't do it. too bored to even like care. Back up to the top of our range here on NQ into our 70. I think that as long as NQ bids like 60, 59, 60 on this retest here, it should get a new, or like a break out of this range, I guess is the best way to put that. Like the 15 structure looks pretty solid. We're looking for a lift over 70s from a bid from 60, I think. I'll look into 60. We want to see a lift over 70. We'll see if a buyer steps in here to defend this. It is key that we get over 70 though. And we want to see a bid step in here, like relative. Do I see the Amazon wick? No, I'm not looking at Amazon. Go check it out. Amazon. Yeah, that's a wick. That is a wick. Bid's still attempting here on NQ. We would like to see it lift relatively soon from this. Another rejection on NQ on RTY at that 1.7, giving me a little worry. Need to see a higher low. Push over that 1.7. Honestly crazy how NQ trades. Like, how is this $100? Capturing like 6 points. What a world we live in. Where this is a $200 trade by buying 60 and playing up to 70. I don't know if it's a nicer apartment, but it's definitely a nicer view. That's for sure. No, it's smaller square footage. But I don't need a ton of square footage. I'm paying for the view. It's literally the entire city plus the lake and Jacobs Pavilion, which is like the baseball stadium, all from the 32nd floor. So it's like I'm paying for the view. That view that I posted from my dad's place, he's on the 15th floor. So I'm like almost at the top. This is target here into 15 and our value low on NQ. Actually, yeah. So just move stops up if you bought off of 60s. We're looking for a push, but this is our first real like target into our value lows on ES, RTY, and NQ at the same time. For more upside, we need to see these bid. I've already seen it. That's... I'm out one here, just looking for a bid, high or low, and then push back over our value lows. As soon as we recover those, then we can look for, I think, VWAPs. Imagine Dapper helping move. Doubtful. Even if he was local, doubtful. Well, look on the 15-minute NQ footprint. Why was I looking at that 60 sauce? Oh yeah. I get you. Yeah. Right, so it's the rebid of that POC from that candle where we got a big ass lift, right? So if we're gonna hold, we're expecting buy side to be present there on that push into the POC off the previous 15. So just looking for bids to be able to maintain that as our low and then push from that area. And now we're looking for that breach over 70s for that continuation up. That was the whole idea. Right, because like if we're gonna get follow through, we want those buyers from the lows to have lifted price. We want to then see a rebid of that POC if it's going to maintain, and then the breach. Because what are we seeing? We're seeing POC shift up from the low, which is a very different dynamic than the last 3 candles before that, which is the POC shifting down. Right, so we have a buyer now stepping in. So as long as that buyer is being maintained, then we can get continuation because we have higher lows with POCs shifting up with higher lows. Yeah. Just probably need to build out here. Still rejecting 0 and tick. Just rejecting our value lows. Love to see this be able to flag. No real change. 5 minutes left on these 15-minute candles. There should be another opportunity to get in if we recover a value low and it becomes supportive. They really are. Which is why I've been doing half days, because I will burn out sitting here for longer than this. I'm like actually following my schedule for once. I can figure out how to put POC per candle on this, then you guys might have a viable alternative for a footprint for a higher time frame. I'll have to play around with this. It is interesting that they give you a value area in the footprint. Yeah, their auto is ass. Manual 1. Most data as possible. You could probably use the same mentality here with this value. I'll have to play around with this. I'll hold and bid off of the value from our previous 15-minute candle. Why is it interacting like terrible? But like watching the value area shift is probably a very similar idea to what I'm doing with like the POC shift with the delta. Right, so like we see our value shift here. This is our value, and then this is our offer on our next candle. See our value shift here, and then we see a value shift where we're now making higher low. This chart is incredibly laggy, holy. But we're like looking to see if this bid will now make it in here at this 110. That is so laggy, holy shit. I just like break trading view. I'll play around with it and see if it's viable. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. 15s. Value rejections. If Russell overnight low becomes resistance, get your access, I think. Yeah, makes sense. Bearish, right? We look for the reoffer at this 98.5. See if sellers are willing to now hold where these previous buyers were on the Russell. Again, like we want to see this now be our resistance. Ideally, not be able to break back into this range for further price continuation down. Look for 93.4 below. Here, new look below on 105.50. Back down to our lows at 30s on NQ. I got in relatively late on that trade. Just on the break below our ETA low. And it's still up like 500 bucks. Either like the rotations will persist or they will not.
So US stocks extend their fall. That's the Nasdaq down by 1% now. Dow Jones down by 1% as well.
Negative 1,000 tick. So don't expect too much more until we see a reoffer. Ideally, this like 40-45 on NQ holds as resistance. For the Russell, looking at like that 90, 98, 98.5. Actually, watching our push down into 98 on ES, 93.4 on RTY. Market falls until
So
Russell
move down
finds a
in the
bottom.
indices
So
here
watch that
as the S&P
93.4.
is now down by around 1% as well. So analysts note that stocks are coming under pressure today after the latest batch of economic data showed a drop in consumer confidence and a persistence in wage pressures in the run-up to the Federal Reserve's announcement tomorrow.
I'm out flat here. 98, negative 1,000 tick. If you're in from like 15s or something, I think it's fine to hold a runner, but I'm probably done for the day. Rio's gonna hop on, so I don't need to be here. I don't think any of these levels have changed, so the same simple levels that I posted last week should still be in play. I think these are all the same. In check, I think. Yeah, still the same. For continuation down, we just want to see our ETH low now hold as resistance, I think, on the Russell. Then we just watch our reaction into this 93.40. The pivot, it's been a pivot for a while. Just keeping an eye on our 98s here on ES. 87.50 below this. Below 93.40 on the Russell, I have 84.10. Been a key pivot for weeks upon weeks for the short term. Oh, you got some Book of Meme alpha. A good one from him.
So again, US stocks are extending their fall, with the S&P now down by 1%.
1%. Watching our reaction into 93.4 on RTY. Below this, again, like 94 is kind of our target here. Actually put.
Hello, everybody.
Yo.
Looks like you guys got a couple okay moves, but still so grindy.
Yeah. Pretty grindy.
Yeah. Pretty. Well, we need 24 more hours. And then 5,000 point move.
Huge. Do you see
I-
the footprint, man?
No, I'm opening stuff up right now.
TradingView added volume footprint.
Oh.
It's not tick based.
Is it based?
ATR
all-time?
based.
Oh. Okay.
But you can change it to manual and then just set it to 1, get more resolution.
Interesting.
Bit of relief off of the Russell finding that low. Did you see if our 13 EMA is going to hold down? Nothing yet tells me that this wants to go up yet. New 15's just opened. Need to see the Russell clear 95.5 first to even retest our EKH low. Or this is just going to keep legging down. Look for 90s.
All right, I'm looking at the screenshot you posted of it earlier now, and I literally just like only want the delta box below. That what's actually on the candle is gonna just hurt my brain.
Yeah, you can change. That's showing full volumes. Change it to delta, but I don't know if we can interact with it. Cause if we could build stuff off of it, that'd
Yeah,
be
that's
sick.
cool.
They also have the stacked imbalances you can set, so it's automatically at the 3 stacks, 3 imbalances.
Yeah,
And then it creates a zone. I think that might have some use.
definitely.
But I'll have to play with it when I get off and see if it's like viable.
That stuff is so time frame dependent.
Yeah. I'm guessing that it's not in Pine, so there's gonna be like 0 hooks that we can actually play into.
Yeah, I almost, yeah.
Yep.
Thanks, TradingView.
Slight bullish tick divergence from our negative 1000 higher low on this next push with the Russell holding our 94 area. Watching again 95.5 above, seeing if sellers sitting there or not. I think if we make that supportive at 95.5, then we just come back up to ETH. So sellers will definitely attempt on that edge. Just keeping an eye on our 0 tick. NQ still dragging our lows.
You like that sauce? You gonna play it? Me neither.
It is chill.
If I lived in Cleveland, would I help Sig move? If he asked me to, probably, yeah. Who is everyone? Darian and...
Literally everyone.
Okay. Cap? What do you mean cap? You guys think I'm just like an asshole through and through?
Through and
100%?
through, bud.
100%? I'm
These-
capping. You guys don't remember when I didn't live in the city? I used to be late to voice because I would go help people chase down cows. Hello?
We just thought you couldn't be bothered. That was the general consensus. Not that you were a dick.
Wow, both of those might both be valid statements, but I'm gonna defend myself against them.
Okay.
Thanks, Gav.
Still holding higher lows on tick from the negative 1000. Not much to say. Still holding 95.5 on RTY as resistance. Consolidating.
I will say, if like Sig was moving, I would not be like, "Oh, let me come help you."
Yeah.
But if he's like, "Hey, I need a hand," I'll be like, "Okay."
If anything, I'd ask for your truck.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh, 90% probability of getting moved.
Yeah, that's what I feel like the last time, what, 2 years ago, that was pretty smooth. I
Yeah.
know it was a pain, like the day, like you did it really quick, but I thought that went pretty smooth.
Yeah, it's almost always worth these days. Especially when there's like an elevator involved. I just can't be bothered, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, it's just like, I'm not trying to be that guy who's holding up 2 elevators. And like, you have to see my face. Like, I'll let the movers show their faces in the elevator holding them up. And then I'll be inside unpacking. You know what I mean? I don't have to give them the awkward smile as I've got like my mattress and a dresser.
Mhm.
And they're like trying to fit in, you know? Oh yeah, that exactly. I will move my computer and my desk. And then I'll have that set up while they're moving it, so that'll be the first thing. You think I'm gonna let anyone else touch that? Nope. Especially not the monitors. The curved monitors? No, 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 no. Way too fragile. Yeah, right. I've never had any problems with that, Surf. I have moved pretty frequently. I don't know. I guess it's true.
I always just take them out, surf.
I have like a padding that I put in. That's the like, it keeps everything in place. What time's the game?
It could start at like 2 Central, I think, today. Yeah. It's like almost already summer. It's crazy.
Dude, how are we halfway through the... It's actually stressful. Time is just gone.
It would be a good story one, but I don't know if I see it. Maybe.
Zero test tick, indoor 98, 95.5 test RTY. Start pivot. New 15's minute 25. You missed one important.
Boy, I'm excited to hear this.
Dave & Buster's is now allowing you
Oh,
to bet real money on your.
yeah, I saw that on
Yeah.
like video games. Yeah. I mean, the fact that that business model is still alive, and I mean, they gotta do something, I guess. Well, I don't think it's spiraling, Tom. I think it's just now like allowed to be in the public. I don't think that. I guess I guess it makes sense since it's more available, but
Yeah, I think that they'll. I don't know. There's a shift of values happening. I think that the gambling stuff's going to get reverted later.
yeah, it is causing a lot of problems how like public and available it is. But like I know like what early 2000s, 90s, like people were betting big money on like CS:GO.
Yeah. Man, betting is still huge in esports, but it's all like, I don't want to say illegal, but not sponsored.
Yeah, it's different where it's like pay in, get this thing, and then like bet the thing, and then
Well, like there's like real betting on like even streams. Like
yeah.
for the league, people bet all the time on professional players, like even in just random games.
Hmm.
Which leads to like huge manipulation because then people like feed in lobbies specifically to push their bet. This is happening with Tyler 1 a lot. We're probably going to push up the ETH low here on RTY as soon as we are able to bid over that 95.5. Just coming back up to this LVN here.
Reminder, a higher time frame, this 5100 to like '05 is pretty important on ES. Last week's POC and like, last 2 weeks, pretty big pivot. And your low edges, mid 80s to 80 if we continue to see failures.
Watch this LVN here at our 30s on NQ. We push into it. Same thing, of course, already been talking about this. Russell into the CTH low. I don't know why Boston Dynamics put a dog costume on one of the robots. It looks so bad.
That's funny.
That's why. I think they have a decent amount of personality already. Why you don't need to do that?
My goodness. Okay, that's way more
It's so
aggressive than I
bad.
thought it was gonna be.
Is that CGI? No.
Oh boy.
It's just bad taste. That's what it is.
Oh, that was something.
Like 10K. There's a video of it. Why? Actually straight from Terminator.
All right, I finally finished the Fallout series.
You like it?
Yeah, it's
Good.
darker than I thought it was gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was really good.
Yeah, I like how they left it open to tons of possibilities for them to take the story too.
Yeah, I think they'll definitely do like at least 2 more seasons.
Oh, how could they not? I've only heard people talk rave about it, so I don't see how they wouldn't renew it. If only it's amazing how like good some of the Amazon stuff is, and then you look at some of their other stuff, and with their big IPs, it's like, what are they doing?
Yeah. Everyone is so creative.
Like, apparently, I have Fallout 76 for free, and I've never played a Fallout game. Maybe I should play one.
Don't play 76.
76 is a good intro.
You should. I think, Tom, actually, like, and knowing the games you like, I think you would really have fun with Fallout 4.
Isn't 76 was their first attempt at an open world one, right?
Yeah, I guess it's probably better now
You would
than
hope.
it was. I know they added like actual NPCs to everything.
Yeah, they did. The only reason
But-
I was thinking about playing is like it's free, and so all my friends have it too, and we could play.
Yeah,
co-op.
yeah, that would not be a bad. We can try it. It's just not. It's not actually like a Fallout game.
Is it like,
it is, but
is it
like
like-
it's just.
is it like Grand Theft Auto, but like in Fallout settings?
Well, kind of. I mean, I didn't play
Obviously not the
76
same,
too
but-
much, but I would say it's similar to like how like GTA Online is not the same game as like.
How
the
does it
actual
compare to
single
like
player.
Borderlands 3?
Very different.
Because those are both like post-apocalyptic shooters. But yeah, obviously different art styles, different storyline, things like that. But
It is much more of an RPG than a shooter.
that's true. Like Borderlands, you just level up through gear. I guess you have a skill tree, but Fallout's more of a RPG.
Very
like-
much.
Yeah.
Although
It's like-
I have V Rising, and that starts next month. So do I really want to commit when I know I'm going to be playing a different game in 2 weeks?
Oh, there you go.
I think 2 weeks is a lot of time.
Well, I usually have like my single player game, and then like my multiplayer game. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
When the buddies aren't on, you go play this game, which has been No Man's Sky for me, which I've been enjoying.
He's swollen.
Just got to get enough stuff so I can make some sweet bases. All right, do we rotate back up here? Or do we
I
just
don't know.
chop more? Welcome to the Chop Fest.
We're getting higher POCs, so like there's definitely a buyer attempting. I just don't know if they're gonna be able to lift it in a timely fashion. There is potential for reversal.
The fact we've just like traded down into last week's POC and this like primary balance and have like very no reaction tells me
Yeah.
that the buyers, at least participating now in this auction, don't really care. Like they're fine to be here.
You really want to see like NQ be able to hold this 90, I think. 90, you want this basically stay bid in like 85-90. I want to lose this node. This looks bad. If you look on the 15 minutes, you can see like this could either reverse 3-bar or 3-bar down. All of them. Russell looks the best, but like ESNQ definitely, which is what they're trying now. They're really reliant on RTY being able to hold tier. If 90 now stays offer on NQ, like it just does not look great. Just put this thing back down to like 8750 if 93s become resistance on EOS. Thing. Should probably cancel my Game Pass. I haven't used that in forever. I think I've got like the big boy one too. What a waste of money. I know as soon as I cancel it though, I'm gonna immediately want to buy something off of it. '93 is holding ES, retesting our 95.5. Look for the offer there on Russell. Same thing for our offer at 90s on NQ. Can we maintain lower highs? And where our previous buyer was, are they now our seller? It's that simple. Very clear on NQ. Yeah. That is...
So we're shortly expecting results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
DEA moving to reclassify
76
marijuana.
counterparties take $534.234 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
That's big. Federal, huh?
Hmm.
I guess it depends on what that actually means in terms of what that tweet is versus what the actual classification ends up being.
Yeah.
Ignored Maldito? Wow, he didn't think I could carry a box.
Did he post that? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, kind of.
I saw MSOS and then I ignored the...
Yep.
Second one. Sorry, man. As soon as he posted a weed picker, it was over.
So, from the State Department, the US has not seen a credible Israeli plan that would address the varying areas of concern in Rafah.
Ah, they got you, Surf. They got you.
The end of TOS. That's what that means. They're actually paying attention now. I hope their service doesn't go down the drain.
I feel like it shouldn't, but I guess that's based on nothing.
We don't need this support team who cares about their service. We can outsource. We can make it an AI bot. You know,
Yeah.
some garbage like that. $93 to $98 again on ES. No shift. Same thing with our 93.40 on Y, still holding. I think that there's definitely potential for us to build down here. I don't know if we need one more like one, but I could see it. I could see this area definitely showing. I just don't know if it's going to happen as fast as people want. Like, I could see us kind of like chopping in here. And then
I think it's like, it definitely could be the bottom, but that does not mean that there's a good trade in this situation.
And so just keeping an eye on the markets here, dollar as per the Dixie currently up 0.5% on the session. S&P still down around 1%.
think you'll definitely get a pretty solid opportunity on the recovery of value. It's just like we were looking for earlier. It's like you trade up the value, and then like if value holds, then you probably go to like POC VWAP. But there's definitely someone attempting down here. Same rules I think apply where either Russell recovers ETH low, then you look for value high, or ETH low becomes is just gonna hold as our resistance just as before. 97.75. It's kind of only the reason I'm hanging around is because I think there's potential. But if it doesn't happen soon, then I'm just gonna let it be and play whatever happens later. Correct. Easy. Best of our ETH low here. RTY. Basically, just top of our range on S. So we show a supportive bid, step over, and then we look for values, I think. Value low, sorry.
Did you see that there's a giant Valheim patch? There's a giant Valheim patch. They like, oh, this is actually kind of crazy. I don't think I did either. I don't think we got far enough last year. No, Sauce, you did it wrong. What is the call out? New 15s, man. What is it? What is it? It's not just new 15s. It's new 30s, man. How you gonna try to take over my job? You ain't even tell the time.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says it's highly likely that shelter inflation will fall in the next year.
That's a fun term, shelter inflation. They basically mean the price of homes.
Another top of range test here. Keep eyes on tick. I think tick is really going to show, very similar to yesterday. Little ES RTY lift here. Watching value lows. Yeah, we barely got over. I thought that looked okay, sauce. I thought we were gonna get a slight higher test there into value lows, but they just got slammed. Buyers just don't want it. Like, look at just the... There's just like no pressure in them, bid just steps away. sake. Oh boy. Is that Crom?
Hey. Ooh. I don't hate these last two tests. 98 hold on ES.
No, like on the first pop, it looked like they wanted to lift, and then like the bid just disappeared.
Like the 705 test. Still pushing, holding ET low though. Tatum. See what happens into 25s here. 25-30. Again, I don't mind how we're bidding the holds of the C's from 705, 712. A much better attempt from the Russell to try to maintain ET low here than the previous. To get back over value low. And I'm not against how we've been. Want to see us over 105.50 on ES to make this edge supportive again. Cover value. It's a very different. Cover value. Yeah, I think just watch NQ into like 5 value area for your last seller. Where those buyers were offsides from the up.
This is the ES test as well here.
This was super clean. The hold of that triple PLC, lift, then retest, and then I don't know. Seller up here, 44.75. See if we build out 3.5 minutes left on this candle. Yeah, it's very similar on ES as well, but not as clean structurally. They need to fix this snipping. Yeah, I mean, it's just a volume profile and then volume delta. But 2 different resolutions. It's just the default settings that he had. Yeah, it's weird. Maybe in or not zoomed in enough? I don't know. They like condense if you're what's the word?
Too like zoomed out or
Yeah,
zoomed in.
but like on the other axis. Not the time, but on price itself.
Mm-hmm.
think we're just waiting on if the Russell can get back into value here with EOS. They can build the hold of this ETH low. Just flagging off of that while we wait. Zero tick hold. $40 seconds until new 15s. Means do PVZ as well.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
I'd like buyers to be able to push this to value low. 7 4 area.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle function.
He is peaking here. It's distribution above.
All you needed, bud. Nice job. Came in right on time. We look for 11s here first on ES, and then 15 top edge of this node. If 11s become supportive, let's trade this rotation off the hold of this tail we have drawn. It's the mid, the high, low. Betting. But it really be like that. True. .1s is brutal. Glad you figured it out.
That's like Tradeovate doesn't even let you log in if your
Yeah.
clock is unsynced. I'm surprised Ninja doesn't have that warning either.
So that 44.75 was just the POC of the candle down where all the selling deltas were as well. That's how we came up with it. By the way, for Sauce, if you're looking right there. But coming up and retesting that made a lot of sense. And now we're rebidding off of that 27.50 is what I'm looking at, 27.75 here. Want to see if buyers are willing to hold this. Might need to come back down a bit more on RTY, but we'll see. 27.75 is kind of where we want to see the bid step in here.
Your primary chunk of liquidity up here is this 104, 103, 3/4 on ES. But they're stepping in here at 05s. That's just what's rusting.
Yeah, exactly that. Now we just see if like any dips get bought below this immediately, if it stays basically bid. As we retest. Not a huge fan of where tick is. Seems like there might need to be one more kind of like leg down to connect on a -500 if we can't show zero is supportive as we kind of come back down into these areas from breakout. Our ETH low retest on the Russell. Yeah. Now it's just a battle of can we maintain
There's this liquidity pocket on ES.
just really keeping an eye on tick into the low. Some days it works better than others, but on days where you see a lot of like confluence with it working, I usually trust it quite a bit. Watching our zero retest tick. your little dip below. Want to see 27s now, ideally defended and not, or if the offer trying to lower into it. Still just battling for direction here. Terrible as yet. 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes left on these 15-minute candles. Need over 33 on NQ lift for it to be viable, or it just feels like the offer kind of lowering into our previous pivot. I need to figure out settings for the Russell because that looks so bad on 15. Data is just like so skewed. I think it's a granularity issue actually. Because of just how liquid it is compared to ESNQ. It doesn't have what it needs on the 15-minute to actually make anything cohesive. Yeah, it's just flex on RTY. Still really just looking for this negative 500 on tick with the zero break for the full rotation, and then figure out if it'll be like a liquidity grab and then a look back above our pivots or what, right? But I think regardless we should get a re-offer and then figure it out as we push down into the slow tick. So here's your first signs of relief as we pushed into that negative 500. Now we just need to see if this our previous pivots are now resistance, right? Is the offer now sitting here? Or can we lift above and then see a bid step in that's excited? Russell still falling. Just keep that in mind. We're not seeing the bid care at all on Russell yet. There's our test on the Russell. 97.7 edge holding. Now looking into page to get back up with that. Or again, this will be our offer. Watch our zero and tick. Out to here. I'm just gonna look to see if we can hold or if this is a shift. Playing off of our shift of our anchored VWAP, our pivots. 15s. I feel like sell side needs to slap this down pretty quickly, or you're gonna get a potential like bullish divergence tick setup, and then a wedge on price. Sellers can't push us back down to these lows. Could be wrong, but it's kind of the feeling. Yep. Things have just slowed down a bit. Yeah, I think that rotation makes sense if we don't hold this value high. That's kind of what I mean as well. It's like they don't find acceptance back in that strange value low for the rotation down to the node. Then all of a sudden they feel a bit stuffed. Let's push up. See if our look into here holds or not. Not, then we just look, we expect the rotation.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO. Beautiful, beautiful.
Wonder if we'll have to wait for the hourly. The bullish tick divergence idea is playing so far. Need to see a bit more lift, ideally over 105.50, yes, for 27.33 on NQ, where it's just top of range. We can get a zero breach on tick and a look over our ETH flow on the Russell. Again, if not, then this is just top of range for seller reoffer. Just keep an eye on your anchored VWAP as resistance, alright? We want to see that shift above and hold.
Yes, big retest here. Previous auction before this bid. You're going to see this hold and higher highs get put in. NQ, not as clean of a test, but similar.
Back to our buying node. Waiting on the Russell, and then we decide. Cover of ETH low or push down to 93. Pretty area, value low. And that's just the same idea we were talking about, the node oscillation. posted. DOS has. Negative 1,000 tick again.
For those of you that would like to trade the FOMC with us, we have a video on our feed that's on Wednesday.
Yep.
The live stream will be available Wednesday at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time. It is completely free.
New half hour is open here. Hour and a half on the day. It feels like it should be a half hour on the day.
NYMEX diesel May futures settle at $2.51 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at $2.71 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $81.93 a barrel. That's down 70 cents or 0.85%.
There's these halfway back tests with zero here.
And NYMEX natural gas June futures settle at $1.99.
Yeah, I think that's basically what I'm looking at as well. Need to see if the Russell can maintain this 95.5 on rebid, or if we have that last leg down for the full node rotation. Zero tick should be telling. For NQ, just watch this 12 at push into it. Of this, we look 20. Either offer sticks here, or come back up 3 toss star AV up. Wolves again. Still just kind of push. Russell pushing up. An eye on this 97.7 5 again. It's going to be our offer point. No, our APU ups are here for a while to run down. Or can we get the lift? Need to be pretty excited, tape wise. Should not just.
That was pretty nice on NQ there.
Keep an eye on that 20. 12 hold was good. Now you're just back to your seller here. Lift back over that, then we're kind of okay. Did 12 come from? The buyer that I found from over here when I started to get interested on this leg up. This 705 to 12 is what I was looking at, is where our buyer was present. Just watching him on the Dom. And we saw them dip into it. Off of it. I just took the. There you go.
No, go ahead.
On the 15, you look at where the POC is at 705. And then you look at where the delta shelf is above that. And then you have like the low delta in between. On the, like the. That's 12. Right? So that's like right where we got the lift above that POC. You look on that candle. Yeah, so I was just taking that for looking for bids in that area. And then I was just watching the Dom and saw the interaction. That's all. it's a small enough area where like I can figure out directionality and I can play around it without taking loss. Understanding like the bid's either there or it'll like stick to offer, giving me like a really small window to play around. 1975 or 20 is the same, like, where like that's our POC from the selling candle. And we have two POCs basically there, and then the shift of our trend. Retesting our overnight low on Y in our pivot, 8.5. In our 20s now.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
About to its edge. Just gonna wait and see. Okay, average, so we reject here. I don't. We have 4.5 minutes left on this candle, so I think let's consolidate here for a bit. But if Russell rejects and we get like a break of the higher lows, then might be it. Taking some profit off into the 5 on RTY and yeah, I mean, it's just like, I don't know if it's gonna break. I have hopes it will, but I make money.
I got tagged out there, so it'll go now. Yeah, there you go, Tatum.
Later, Adam. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's hard with the short here. We need to see a bit more. But like, I think like probably shorting off the Russell itself is probably the move for that known bit. Whereas like NQS are more so just like
ES is still just like at this 5100, it is just higher time frame balance. Like,
yeah, it's
you'll get your oscillation kind of like noise, but it's NQ. The range is much more reasonable, like within the daytime snapshot, or this ES is just
Yeah.
like fine to hang out.
like I'm really just playing off the levels though. Like it's literally just like 90 to that, and then profit into that 705, 712, and then I'm just playing the range that the Russell low. And now I'm just debating like, do I let this go back down with my last two runners and just take 600 and unrealized with the potential of us holding a higher low? The Russell rejection here. I think if 98's maybe bid and we hold negative 500, there's a chance. But I think if we breach 705 on NQ, that's probably just going to rotate back. So I might as well exit. It's kind of the thought process here.
That is still like my favorite meme sauce. I'm so glad you found that.
So it's like pure or nowhere. So then this is going to be my break even, my runner. Three.
Last 15's here until final hour.
Brent crude futures settle at $87.86 a barrel. That's down 54 cents or 0.61%.
He is 15 minutes late. What is this?
So like now the trade's break. Or not the trade itself, but my last contract. Like I'm on my average up at 703. Like either I get picked out here, and that's fine, but I've been able to take off 3 tracks for full profit and half from a low, and I just got stopped out there. My last contract. So like I can still stay in the trade for a potential up, but not feel bad. And that's probably it for me. I stayed longer than I wanted. I thought we were going to get a bigger move. I think it could still happen, but
I feel like if it does, it'll be like the last 15, and it'll be just a bad entry setup, and then everyone will be like, "Oh, I wish I was in that."
I still think you're basically just playing around today's Russell value low and the low, and like either of those pivots hold, just play off of that edge. Either like this will cause relief, or this will cause a break. Then we just, now that the value load shifted from above now to our actual low day on RTY, find like usually those last hour trades, it's better to just like wait for the Russell to actually do the conversion. Get this chop until decision actually made. But regardless, that's kind of what I'd be looking at. All I'm playing off of is sedge high, and right now you're kind of, I don't know. I will see you all tomorrow. I'm out of here.
Bye. Enjoy your day.
Peace.